Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's Broken Pal back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Across the track, deep stretch, hammers bullet, big blue caboose, hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba Lottery. But they're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery.
Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery's Derby. Second, enormous strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's going to take the Manitoba Derby. Flashy Jewel with 6. One more try. Flashy Jewel is going to hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad, trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16-pole. Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. Mr. Unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. West Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 2 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, Antonio Whitehall was, as he had 2 winners on the card, and Demario Bino made his presence felt. His first 2 rides, both of them wins, and even Sven Balrup, new jockey coming by way of Alberta, just like Demario was. He ended up getting a win on the card. And on the trainer's side, Jared Brown, he was the hot trainer with 2 wins. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack?
Yeah, well, let's start with, I thought it was a nice start to the year. No real surprises. I thought the races were run kind of how we figured. Maybe we didn't pick all the winners at all, but we saw not really any track bias. Some of them went gate to wire, some came off the pace, outside, inside. So that always makes it a little tougher when you can't find the bias. So you just really have to go from there. Real good handle. Appreciate everybody tuning in and supporting us yesterday.
Excellent support.
Yeah, and let's just go through who won. Basically, we had 3 layoff horses, 2 from ASD, 1 from the 40 Uri Woodbine combo. The horse where the horses have come from, 2 from Turf Paradise, a Golden Gate, as per usual. Wendy wins on the Golden Gate. And then we had a Hawthorne, and we had 3 of 7 favorites won. And then I basically thought that the public was sharp in betting yesterday.
They definitely were.
Yeah, a couple of them, they ended up going off as favorites. So we didn't mind them, but didn't think they would have been the favorite. And so we'll see how they do today. I think there's a couple big favorites on today's card that pretty easy to guess which one. So we'll see where they are. But overall, a very good start to the season.
Yeah, definitely was. Let's talk about one of those big favorites. We're going to kick off the card with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds. They're going to go that 5-furlong distance stretch. Who do you like in the first?
Yeah, another good race to kick off the card. I think you potentially have a couple of good ones in here and probably end up seeing a couple of them might end up in the Derby. In fact, we'll see how they go. I'm going to start as with the 4 as my top selection. Big advantage of racing already. Already has won a few races. Wendy, as just mentioned, won already at Golden Gate with the other one, which I thought was maybe even a little overmatched.
Magic Tiger.
Correct. Whereas this one totally fits the bill. And then if you watch the replay on that last race, there was a little bit of trouble, and it was against a very tough field. So any kind of clean trip or the race of the previous 2, horse is going to be extremely tough to beat. And then the 2-horse, it is a very good campaign last time. Like the horse, I think this horse is going to be a real good one. Just stuck running against a seasoned horse already that is also good. Has the early pace, and so I kind of took a look at the horses that had been layoffs that just stayed in Manitoba. They seem to come up a little bit short. The one from an ASD that was a layoff horse was Jared's, and that horse was down south at Turf Paradise training. So we'll see how this horse goes about if it can get the distance or being right there. And then the last one, I'll go to the 5 as my third choice. I think just as Steady Works coming in. I know this horse needs a little bit longer, but the other ones come up a little bit short. May pick up the pieces trying to be right there with the 4. So race goes through the 4. I'll give you 4-2-5.
Yeah, I'm with you on Saxon Saga. Wendy Anderson last year, as we said on ASD Live yesterday, started 5 for 5 with the Golden Gate horses. This one totally fits the bill, has good works coming in, has 2 wins previously to the last one. The last race looks like an insanely tough allowance optional $50,000. This will be a little bit of class relief for that horse, and there is speed to run at with the 1, 2, and 3. So I think Saxon Saga is going to get an absolute dream trip in here, but don't expect a big price. Number 2, Adjournment. This horse stormed on the scene in the graduation, got the win, and breaking its maiden. Then came back and ran a great race against Lady Cop, who was undefeated. Then came back again in the Winnipeg Futurity. Cuban Cobra was a monster from Alberta and really made some good middle move on the turn and then ended up flattening out. So I expect Adjournment to be up in the fray early. And I also like number 3, Well Played. Here's a horse that only started twice last year, was at Century Mile, showed speed against Cuban Cobra, had a little bit of trouble in there, and got beat quite handily. But the comeback race at Assiniboia Downs was dynamite, went wire to wire, but obviously something happened. The horse had to be laid up, has been working very, very well for the debut. I think this horse might be able to clear in here, and if it does, it might last a long way. Shelley Brown did have a winner last night, so I'm going to give you 4, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. Wow, this is a tough race.
Wow. Wow, look at that. Yes, it is a tough race. Looking at your picks, it's even tougher because we're seeing the race a little different, and that's fair.
Definitely are.
Yeah, and so here we go. I'm gonna start with the 3. Maybe a little bias on this one, Crown Royal, because not because of the drink, Kirt, because I cashed. Because I cashed a bunch of tickets with this horse. This didn't miss the money. 7 for 7 in the money last year, and I thought this horse got better as the season went. I think you're going to get a dream trip behind the duel. Now, Kirt sees it a little bit different, and that's fair. I think there's a duel, and that the horse is going to get just a nice dream trip and take over. And so we'll just see how the races go, and that's why it's horse racing. And so I don't disagree on his picks because I understand how he's got that. let's go to the 5 as a second choice. I'm proud of Kirt taking the 5 in for third. I was hoping he was going to take this horse for first. Couldn't get him.
Do the E2 Babu, who ended up winning yesterday.
That's true. So there's no chance of taking the 5 for first, but I am going to take this horse for second. This horse has cost me a lot of money not winning. A couple points here, 7 of 22 in second, and a total of 13 for 22 in second or third. I think the horse is going to get a nice stalking trip, make his move, might even get in the lead and just kind of wait for my 3 horse to come. The 5 is my place bet of the year. Place bet of the day. We're not at place bet of the year yet. It's way too early. Stay tuned for my bet on that race. And then I'll go to the 2, just on the conditioning edge, again, because I think there is potentially a duel, and the 2 will just simply pick up the pieces along the rail and pass a few late. I do like the 3 on top. So 3-5-2.
Yeah, I see a lot of speed in here also, but I see the 2 Done Right, 3 Crown Royal, 5 Call the Cops, and number 6 Barely Regal, all showing speed. Yes, number 1 One Sky Ken does get blinkers on today, but I went to One Sky because that first race, the horse broke a little bit slow and then made up a ton of ground only to be beaten by 4 lengths. High Rise in the Peg had about an 8-length lead over One Sky at the head of the lane, and there were no catching High Rise in the Peg, and then went to the front end, got the win, sat back against Wit and Whiskey and Call the Cops in the second last start, and that was a good stalking race. And then last time out, horse went to the front end, was beat by Crown Royal, but I like the workouts coming in, all 3 of them solid. The most recent, a 5/8 and 102, draws the inside. That could be really valuable if the other ones want to send. This one can sit and wait till the head of the lane, scoot on through, as we seen yesterday, that the inside opened up quite a few times. And if you can go up the inside compared to going around the outside, that'll save you 4 to 5 lengths. So I'm giving One Sky a chance at a big price. I also like number 6, Barely Regal. Had a great campaign in the 2-year-old. Only 1 start, but went against the monster, banking on Betty, who was undefeated that year, then was shelved, came back in 2022. Hit Better Make That 2, who won 3 in a row. Hit it twice, ran second twice. Beat up on another field of restricted maidens. But this horse did show talent at every given point. If it shows that talent again today, definitely can be in the fray. The only thing I don't like about it is the rather slow works, and I had to throw number 5, Call the Cops, in. This horse comes running each and every time. Doesn't have to be on the front. I like this horse in a stalking role. Depending the jockey, we got Praven Badri today. He doesn't like shipping him just to the front. I think he's going to be stalking in here. So I'm going to give you 1, 6, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. This is a maiden race, 4 3 and up maidens, going 5 furlongs. Looks like another big favorite stretch.
Yeah, and I've got this written as expecting this horse to be the biggest favorite of the 2 days for sure, and deservingly so. Solid early pace, big speed for an Oaklawn Park maiden. Shortens up to just 5 furlongs. Maybe it can't get 6, but we get 5. Probably getting $2.40 on the win. Hard to go against. I know people like to beat the favorites. Sometimes you just can't, and it's going to be tough to beat this one. So we'll have to try to figure out who's going to be second and third. And I went to the 5 as my second selection, basically because I think the horse won't be chasing and just simply running evenly and kind of pick up the pieces and maybe pass the chasers from there. And then we'll go to the 3 as my third pick. Depends on how Cumberbatch decides to ride this. Does he go after the win, or does he try to chase around? We saw that Kirt made a nice pick yesterday on a big long shot. It didn't win, but just ran a really nice race. Similar kind of form, dueled, and similar kind of effort. Could run in there. Like I said, chases and tries to go for the win, maybe falls to third, sits back and just runs around it, may run second. I'll go 6-5-3, but really it's 6 and the rest for second and third.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Chicago's great. Broke out of the gate last time up. Both of us watched this replay, and the horse, without any effort, was dueling early with 2 other horses. but the jock never moved his hands and then just drew off on him, opened up 7, and then late down the lane is when the horse got tired, and that was going 6 furlongs. This is only 5 furlongs today, so I expect that lead once again, but not tiring. So again, short price, but I think is a winner also. I did go to number 3, Canadian Authority, with the same angle I took yesterday. This horse ran against older horses. I really like that about 3-year-olds doing that. This horse was on the turf that day, tried to hustle from the outside to get into the lead and never really made it up there. So was hung wide every step of the way, coming down the lane, kind of took a bad step, fell back, but then came back on in the end. And I like that. That shows the horse has some heart. So that makes it my second selection. And I took number 2, Favorite Light. Another one with that winter racing under the belt. Was in for $25,000 at Tampa. Straight 3-year-olds, showed some speed. So I expect it to be forward in the race, probably sitting behind, right beside the stablemate, Canadian Authority. And I just think the 3 of them are going to run around the racetrack together. So that's why I'm giving you 6, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up, they're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like in here?
Yeah, we're a little bit different, but not too much.
Yep.
I went to the 2. I liked what I've seen on the Woodbine horses so far this year. They've run competitively. One race they ran first and second. I think this one it got better as the year went. Probably didn't want to end the year. And it just looks good. The workout's coming in. It showed speed at Keeneland, which is pretty solid. There is some other speed in here, but I don't think it has as much speed as this one does. Just gate to wire, the workouts and everything. Just say we're ready to go. So we'll see how Carl sends this one. Anything like the other one should be right there. We'll go to the 1 as the second selection. Again, cutting back, we saw mixed results. We had E2 Babu win going a mile. The other one didn't run as well. So we're going to see where we're at. Again, this is a classy field. And as Kurt's mentioned, the classier field speed carries a little bit farther. And that's why I think the 1 certainly can run second. If you do get a duel, maybe the 1 can beat the 2 late. And then the last one, we'll go to the 5. It is last couple races don't look that good, but it is Oaklawn Park. And just that kind of class. So big class relief. If the horse can run evenly, I think can hang around. I'm torn to see if the horse is a need the lead or not. So I'm going to be learning in this race just to see. But just because of the class and potentially may just be good enough to just run evenly to be right there. So let's go 2-1-5.
Yeah, I see some speed battling in here. I see hand carved. Yes, the horse makes a lead almost every time. But Big Nick is definitely not a slouch coming from Oaklawn. Has put up some good early fractions. So I think these 2 are going to go after each other early. And Mr. McLean, the 6 horse, is just going to stalk those ones. Watch all the action, probably only from about a length off of it. This horse has run some good stalking races, sitting 3rd, 2 lengths off it, and just losing. But the horse fought every step of the way, and that's what I like about it. So with these 2 battling it out, I think Mr. McLean might get an absolute perfect trip. So that's why I throw him on top. Hand carved, yes, have to have him stick around for a piece of things. The horse was 6 for 8 last year in the money with 3 wins in 2 seconds. So the horse is a competitor. And I used number 1, Steel Home. I like those 6 furlong races that the horse showed early on in January. Was in a stalking role on a hot pace. And that's good to see out of a route horse that was turned into a route horse that has kind of the same style going short or long. That'll be a valuable style in here with hand carved and Big Nick. So I'm going to go with Steel Home to come and steal 3rd in the end. So I'm taking 6, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, another allowance optional $10,000 claimer. This was the split of the 2 races. It was 1 race split into 2. They're going 5 furlongs. Stretch. This one, I think, is wide open.
We'll see. I'll convince you.
Okay.
You're,
well, you don't have mine in the top 3,
yeah.
so you're not convincing me.
All right, sounds good. The I just impressed on the quality of horses here this year. Like you said, a split is so impressive to be able to rate 2 competitive top optional claimer. So I do think it's a 2-horse race. Kirt disagrees completely, but that's okay. I think almost there's a reason why I have the order I do. We'll go to the 2 as my top selection. If you look, the horse has 4 lifetime wins and 14 starts. Looked good last time, won easily. Figures are there. Won't be that far back, and I just think a similar race can win it again. I could go to the 5 as my top selection, but I didn't want to hear it from Kirt. Figures are there.
Oh, come on, 8 seconds, 5/3, only 2 wins?
Correct, exactly. There's the notes. 2 of 25, hasn't won in a couple years. But maybe it's part of a place bet parlay. Just, foreshadowing if you stay tuned a little bit longer. Anyway, figures are there. It just doesn't like to win, so it's hard to back this horse. Should get a nice trip. And then I'll go to the 6-horse. Basically, full effort every time. Sure, it's a layoff, but I just like how this horse runs. Gives it an absolute effort every time. We'll be closing late. Yeah, I might need one, but I don't like leaving horses that just that are quite game. 2, 5, 6.
Yeah, myself, I went to number 4, Hard West. Take a look. Where is the speed in this race? I think you find it in number 4, Hard West, because a lot of these other horses are road horses. None of them have ones in their program, and at least Hard West, when it is sitting 4th, it's only a length off of it, has a solid work coming in, 48-3. Parks horses, well, we've seen a few of them here in the last couple of years, but they weren't the quality of this horse. I think this is the speed of the race, and Antonio Whitehall, he did have 2 wins yesterday. If he hits the front end, he'll be able to slow it down and keep on going. Winter racing, yes, it was back in February. That's good enough. They just had to keep the horse tight since then. So that's why it's my top selection. I do like number 2, Last Renegade. What a powerful win. Last time out, easily winning by 4. I like that this horse sits close to the lead. I think that's going to be valuable. That's why he's my second selection. And I like number 7, Ethan's Animal. This horse was a winner 2 outs ago, drawing off to win by 2 lengths, then went over and tested a very tough allowance race. And I don't think the horse liked that. It ran at Fresno, and out of those Golden Gate races, that would fit so well here. So if it runs back to any of those, Ethan's Animal just might be a good long shot to take it all at a big price. I'm giving you 4, 2, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 6, a $7,500 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 2, Lucky Break. Make the jockey Demario Bino stretch. What do you think?
What I think is this is my least favorite race on the card.
You know what? It was mine too.
Yeah.
This was the last handicapped one. I just wanted to hit the stretch all button and say, look, I picked the winner.
Yes. It never gets that. That's good. You must have seen my pick 4 ticket.
Oh, okay.
All right. Part of the problem here is they're running for 7,500, claiming 75, and I don't know how many actually belong at this level. I think they belong maybe a little bit lower. I've had to go to the layoff horse. We've seen one of them win from this year already, but I just think that the horse does actually belong at this level, is very game, has a nice stalking trip. I think I'm going to get some really good value because they're going to try to look elsewhere. And so that is my top selection because you asked for my top selection, so I'm giving you one. Then I'll go to the 3, which is Kirt's top selection. It'll be interesting to see his reasons. Part of my reasons is he's coming from Turf Paradise. The figures are there. A couple not so great races, but he's probably in the right spot, and just that winter racing puts him right there. If there were more horses in here that had been running that look a little bit better, probably wouldn't have had him as high. And then we'll go to the 5, Shooting Money, that can show speed. And maybe, again, started off last year showing some speed, didn't finish, but is right there. Like I said, very tough race. I'll give you 4, 3, 5, but untrustworthy.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I did go to Big Endeavor because there isn't a lot of speed in here. Maybe Heavenly Triple shows some, or Lucky Break. Shooting Money can. But Big Endeavor at least has showed it in almost every start. And I've seen this before with Gary Donaldson. He has these horses coming from Turf Paradise with the mediocre form, but they bring something to the race that's needed, which is speed, and they just run lights out. Kate's Princess last night ran a lights out race. Unfortunately, was beat by a fit horse. But Big Endeavor with that speed, if it can get out there, its last win, it battled every step of the way and hung on for the win. If it gets loose, obviously it runs on the front end really well. So that's why I took it on top. I also like number 6, Heavenly Trip. This horse had a couple convincing wins for non-2 and non-3, and then went over to Churchill Downs, Indiana Downs, and Turfway Park. Ran okay there. Nothing spectacular, but that is tough racing. So I'm giving this one a second look. It's a good claim, I think, and the horse will be sitting close to the pace, which is where you want to be in a paceless race. So it's second selection and out on Saturday. What a great year last year. 6 for 8 in the money. I can see why Stretch picked it on top. Tries every time. So it's my third selection, 3, 6, and 4. Now carrying on to race number 7, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Stretch, another one that you like.
I do like this.
I do too.
Yeah, this one, I do like this race quite a bit. Hoping to be alive in the pick 4, pick 5 finishing because it will be my key. Good to see another high-level optional claimer, this time the girls. Let's go to the 4. I think she gets an absolute dream trip because some of the other main contenders are going to show speed.
The 2 and 5, most notably.
Exactly, and the 5 is a quarter, almost a quarter horse type, so you know that horse can only go one way, and she's going to go as fast and as far as she can possibly go. Especially when you're showing speed at Lossell in those 100, you're thinking, well, I was in 4th, but you should see the speed that are in those races. So I think she gets rid of all the speed, and then it just sets it up for my prime play. Yes, it's the other favorites are going to be a lower price. I think you might get some value because it is a competitive field. People are trying to beat the favorite in the last. And then let's go to the 2 as my second selection, just because I think Carino will recognize that there is other speed and will probably try to chase. I don't think he can get in front of the 5. And if he does, he's a smart rider that maybe tries to chase and let the 5 come back and take over, but then is going to have to hold the 4 off. And then let's go as my long shot to be in the money, and I just like how he's riding, is the 3. If we get that all-out duel and the 2 and 5 knock heads, it sets it up and kind of makes it pay with the 4 on top. So I will give you 4, 2, 3. And maybe even the 7, just in case, is another long shot in there that French Rose, just because is your top selection. I'll let you talk more about that.
Well, that's my second selection. I'm with you on Ensley's Dream. What I like about this horse, it was always a speedball. They sent it to the front each and every time, and then the last couple races, let's sit close, make a late run, and the horse did run down the lane. 2 outs ago, second beat and a half. Great stretch battle there. And then last time out, third beaten 2, running at him again with the 2 and 5 knocking heads in here. I think they're just going to be rockets out on the front end. Ensley's Dream sits right behind, swoops them all. And then right behind them, I think French Rose. What a year last year. 7 starts, 4 wins, tried the Stakes Company, wasn't quite with them, was just a notch below. So I think she fits really well in here when that speed backs up. I expect her to do some good late running with the top one of the top percentage trainers here. Doesn't have a lot of really good horses. I like this guy getting Mike Taphorn getting a horse ready first time out. And I took number 1, Melisandre. She comes running every time. Hopefully she doesn't go to the front because she'll get fried in that duel. But she can sit just off of it. And I think that's what Antonia Whitehall might do in here. What a work coming in, 47 and 3. Seen a horse yesterday with a sharp work like that, get the job done. So she's going to round out my top 3. 4, 7, and 1 for me. Good luck with all your wagers. And I'll be right back with all the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. Before we get underway with our live card of racing this evening, we do want to take a brief moment and recognize the loss of a longtime contributor to the Manitoba and Canadian horse racing industry as we mourn the recent passing of Erwin Drager. Erwin got his start as a jockey here at Assiniboia Downs beginning in 1973 and would go on to ride here locally until 1982. He was the leading rider here at Assiniboia Downs on multiple occasions, and his record of 214 wins during the 1981 season still stands as the record to this day. Erwin eventually moved to Toronto to ride at Woodbine Racetrack, where he won a Sovereign Award as Canada's Outstanding Jockey in 1981. A native of Russell, Manitoba, would conclude his riding career with over $14 million in purse earnings and over 1,633 lifetime wins in the saddle. After retirement from riding, he served as a multi-year role as manager of the Jockeys Benefit Association of Canada, and then went on to be director of racing surfaces at Woodbine. Erwin Drager will be named to the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame class of 2023 this year. We would ask you now to join us for a brief moment of silence in memory of Erwin. And thank you, everyone, on behalf of Erwin and his family. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1. Number 4, Saxon Saga. The ownership should read Wind Answer Stable. Number 5, Arrogance. The owners should read B&J Stable and Shelley Brown. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 1, Pioneer Town, just some overweights on the TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 Wagering, the Petru Bullen Birthday Race. And the Jackpot Pick 5 carryover, just under $10,000. Number 1, Pioneer Town. The owner should read Mike Powers. Number 4, Party at My Place. The owner, Shelley Brown. And number 5, Green Amazon. The ownership should read Hardball Stable. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering. Just a few overweights. And again, they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5, the VIP Fan of the Night Purse. Number 5, Toil and Trouble. The owner should read John Gannis. Number 6, Maybe Sometime. Make the owner Wind Answer Stable. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 2, Lucky Break. Make the jockey Demario Bino. Now turning your programs to race number 7. In race 7, number 6, Favorite. The ownership should read Steve Holborn, Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and B&J Stable. Number 7, French Rose. Make the owner Let's Dance Stable. Well, an absolute beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Under cloudy skies, the temperature 19 degrees Celsius or 66 degrees Fahrenheit stretch. Well, it looks like you're looking a little scared in that sun.
A little scared, but it's starting a little bit more all about me, which is better.
Yeah, I'm a little mischievous in the background there. Maybe
cloud.
I'm the smoke coming from Alberta.
You probably are.
We got a fast track here. Post time for race number 1, 17 minutes away. And welcome to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked and you get the VIP, then you will get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, a trip up to the press box to watch me call a race, a visit down to the paddock to see the horses, and a chance to watch a race from the winner's circle, plus a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. They can answer all your questions about how to bet, and be sure to download the new app called Dark Horse Bets. All new account signups receive a free $30 deposit and a free Dark Horse t-shirt. Scan the QR code on the front of the program cover or posters around the building to download the app now. Have a great night of racing. the paddock for race number 1. We're going to kick off our Tuesday card racing with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 5 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
Okay, let's, Julie, I need you to find the 4. This horse is coming from Golden Gate. We saw one win yesterday. I think this horse is improving horse, and you think, oh, that last race wasn't very good. You've got to watch the replay, got to understand the competition, where those other 2 races were a higher, a kind of mid-claiming race, but that's pretty good at Golden Gate. Sometimes you get shippers from Santa Anita in. Horse looks good, figures are there, right running style. It's the only horse that's been running in the winter down south, and so I think it's going to get the stocking trip. I would actually take even money on this horse. I don't think you're going to get even money. It's just, he's ready to go. And, that's what I got for him as my top selection.
Yeah, I'm with you on Saxon Stag. As we said on ASD Live yesterday and today, Wendy Anderson with these Golden Gate horses, done so good with them. 5 for 5 last year early on, and then 5 for 6. And this one, add on, ran at Emerald Downs for maiden 15 on the dirt. So it's not like this horse isn't accustomed to dirt. It's run on it before, ran second, and was well bet in there down to 4-1. I like the running style. I think the 1, 2, and 3 all have speed. But so that's my top play. But number 3, well played. Here's a horse that had really limited racing last year. First time out, was in Alberta, was caught up in the pace with Cuban Cobra. And that's the horse that came and won our Winnipeg Futurity. So wasn't very tough that day. Came back to Assiniboia Downs, went to the front end, and won absolutely easy in there. I love the workout pattern coming in. 3 furlongs and a zippy one, 37 and 3, 2 half miles. And then most recently, 101 and 4. This race is going to go in about a minute. So I think well played. Might be one that'll fool you because it never got into the stakes horses. So you're getting 10-1. I think that's a player in here also.
Yeah, it's one of these. What are they going to do a year later? Which ones are growing? Some actually don't improve that much, and others go through the roof and just improve that much more. I went to the 2 as my second selection in here. I liked how he ran last year. First start out just looked awesome, and then ran into Lady Cop. Didn't get disgraced, pressed in that race. And then the last race, it was in the Winnipeg Futurity. So,
that was a bold move in the slop that day. Around the turn, it doesn't really say it on here. It said 3 wide bid. This horse flew at him and then kind of hit a brick wall.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and that's why you got to watch the replay to recognize that there was a move and came up a little bit short. Now you get a year later. Steady works, not fast, not long, but we'll see how that horse goes.
Another horse to look at, number 1, I Love My Life. Started off the campaign in a restricted maiden allowance race and absolutely destroyed him in a spectacular time, 59 and 2. Came back in the sales stake, made short work of the Manitoba breds again, winning by 3. Then went into Buffalo. The mile might have been too long. Many factors at the end of the year. Has been working well for this debut, but this will be I Love My Life's toughest test to date.
For sure. I'm a little surprised at its second choice, but they must think the horse is live, which is more than fine. And the last horse, I do like the 5 to pick up the pieces. Has the right running style. Is going to be closing. Watched him last year. Always had something a little bit late, a left coming late. Might be too short, but if the others battle, maybe you can get a piece.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, start us off.
Pulling a bit of a bet that you're
Just
going
straight. That's it.
Oh, that's all I need. Why would I do a wheel when I know it's $4.25, $10 try wheel?
All right, myself, I'm doing a $10 exactor, 4 and 3, and I'm also throwing in a $5 daily double, 4 with 1.5. My total bet's $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is I Love My Life, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Sven Balrup. Number 2 is Adjournment, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Well Played, owned by Anderson Livestock Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown, with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Saxton Saga, owned by Wind Answer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 5, Arrogance, owned by B&J Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown, with Demario Bino. Kicking off early daily double wagering here in race number 1. They'll go to post in 4 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we kick off the card with the 3-year-old boys, which could be a stepping stone to the Manitoba Derby later on, going 5 furlongs. I'm going to start with the 4 as my top selection. Racing over at Golden Gate, we know that's been a good angle. Has the right running style, won't be that far off. Getting a fair price. I expected a lower price, but 6 to 5 is not bad for this. Then I'm looking elsewhere. The 2 horse is now the 3rd choice. Nice racehorse last year. We'll see if needs one or not. And the long shot to pick up the piece at 10 to 1 is the 5. Matt might complete your exactor, but I'll give you 4, 2, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you on number 4, Saxon Saga. This horse looks like it's perfectly suited for this race. The 1, 2, and 3 all have early speed. This one has tactical speed, so I think it's just going to sit right behind and pounce on him. The only one with winter racing under the belt. As a long shot, I like number 3, Well Played. Was put away early last year after a nice maiden allowance win after losing to a stakes winner from Alberta. I'm going to give you a 4 and 3. Good luck here in race 1. I Love My Life will be the first to enter the starting gate. Adjournment. Now ready to step in. I Love My Life, fractious in the starting gate. Next up will be Well Played from the middle. The current 6-5 choice, Saxon Saga, goes in. And now just waiting on Arrogance to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. I Love My Life on the inside, quickly away. Go after the early lead. In between horses, Adjournment, Saxon Saga. Going 3 wide, Well Played. Broke a little slowly, but is in fourth. And Arrogance, the early trailer, only 5 off the early lead. Battling early, it's Saxon Saga who now pokes ahead in front. Back to second, Adjournment. Trying to make up ground in third. I Love My Life. Arrogance to the outside. And Well Played. They're still about 6 from the lead. They hit the head of the lane. The quarter 23-1. And this is Saxon Saga. Now drawing away on them by 4, 5. Coming up to the 16th pole. The battle is on for second. I Love My Life with the best run, but Saxon Saga's going to take it. Second best, I Love My Life. Very close for third between Well Played and Adjournment. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Saxon Saga. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 1, I Love My Life. A photograph has been called to determine the show positions. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds, the half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute. Results of the photo show number 2, Adjournment. Finished in third. Fourth goes to number 3, Well Played. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, that's number 4, Saxon Saga. Saxon Saga is a dark bay or brown gelding, 3 years old, by Slews Saga, out of the mare Tutu Stone by Grindstone. Owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Race 1 is official. In the upcoming second race, there are no changes. Post time for race number 2, 17 minutes away. Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new Chase the Ace weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person at guest services or at the VLT cashier's cage on the second level. The weekly draw does take place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for supporting the Chase the Ace ticket program. welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have an allowance race for 3-year-olds and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Well, Stretch, we got a winner to start the card, and it paid huge.
It did. Very surprising. I thought that it looked pretty solid. We both kind of thought that. It was just kind of much the best. Moved up to Preston, took over, and just the condition being in race shape was completely the difference. There is a bit of wind out there right now. Usually it'll die down, but there is a bit of wind. It's helping. It's coming down
from the north, so it's pushing down the stretch.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was trying to get to. Perfect.
Great ride by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. He was the best in there. Went to the front, and he was sitting chilly.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
Just carried on with it. All right, on to race number 2. Looks like a tougher event to me. What do you think, Stretch?
Yeah, I think so. We're looking at this race being run a couple different ways, so it'll be interesting to see how it ends up. I landed on the 3 as my top selection. I thought this horse was getting better as the year went on, and was 7 for 7 in the money, so I like that. It won big. If you look at the first start last year, where it ran against some horses that already had won. Yes, it was Manitoba breds, but it just did it so impressive. Then won the next one and was competitive at the allowance level. I just think this horse could have another banner year, and figures are right. I think 2-1 is about the right price, I think. So, yeah, that's my top selection.
Yeah, I agree with you. This horse could definitely run a huge one in here, especially after seeing Lee Pruitt's in the last race. The 1 and the 2 end up photoing each other, running second and third. I went to number 1, One Sky. This horse ran some good races last year. Did get beat by Crown Royal, but did all the dirty work on the front end in that last start. In the previous start, the horse was stuck on the inside and tried to make that move, but couldn't beat Call the Cops, who's back in here, but was only a length and a half away. One Sky gets blinkers on today, has 3 good works coming in, especially the last one, 102. I think this one's just going to get a really good trip on the inside. And Demaria Bino, well, he did have 2 wins yesterday, so you are getting a hot jock also.
For sure, for sure. Speaking of Call the Cops, that's my second selection at 5-2. I think anybody that bet this horse to win is a little risky. Take note of all the seconds and thirds. I learned my lesson a few times last year. I just think this horse can show speed, but does run better when it sits just off and makes that kind of middle move and tries to hang on. And I'm hoping that that's going to happen. I see that, like I said, the race a little different than Kirt, and that's why I've got it 3 and 5.
Yeah, the other horse I like in here, number 6, Barely Regal, hasn't been worse than second in 4 lifetime starts. The first one was against Banking on Betty, a multiple stakes winner. He was undefeated, and just a beautiful horse. And then in the comeback in last year, ran second to Better Make That 2, who put a string of 3 wins together. Came back, won the allowance race at the restricted level, then ran second again to Better Make That 2. This horse has a lot of talent, a little bit on the slow work side, but maybe he's just saving it for the race.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You've got to get to know the type of horse in the morning. You see them more than I do. And the trainer, what are they trying to get out of the workout? And some like to go a little faster, and some just are trying to train them in the morning.
Good enough to just make time.
Yeah, and that's more than fair. My third selection is the 2 at 25-1.
That's crazy.
That is a crazy price. You're getting a horse coming from Tampa that's winter raced, can show speed. I don't think it's going to get the lead, but I think that's a huge overlay. There's no way it should be that. That's a win bet if it's anything close to that. It hasn't only the 1 win. Just because it's been running is kind of the reason why. I don't think if this was more in June or July, I probably wouldn't be backing this horse. But the situation we're betting in on May 24th, 3rd.
Yeah, another horse to take a look at, number 4, Sky Tizzy. This is the lone filly tackling the boys in here. She was a winner at the maiden allowance level, restricted at Sam Houston, and did it in style, drawing off by 4 lengths. Then hit a stake race, which looked impossible, and came back in a couple of really tough restricted races that were optional $50,000 claimers for the non-2 lifers. Yeah, she got beat bad in there, but this will be class relief coming in. We're going to kind of see what she's made of. This is definitely not a horse that you can just throw out because it's a girl against the boys.
No, not in the least. And the last one to mention is the 7. The racing style of this horse has lots of speed. Would have to clear with some of the other ones. There's a couple of nice races that the maiden win isn't bad at all. Showed speed going 7 and then went to Grand Prairie. Sometimes horses don't like that, but the horse did win 2 and then went to a stake race. So has some steady works. You never know in this type of race. Could be ready to go. You're getting value at 30-1 anyway. So, yeah.
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, start us off.
All righty, here we go.
Oh.
Let's start with a place bet. 30 place on 5. I know 3's my top selection. But call the cops. I'm going to try to get a bit of money back from last year. 30 place.
All right, and right now at even money.
Yeah. Well,
all right,
knew?
I'm going to go after the pick 3 in here. I'm going to take the 1, 5, and 6, and then I'm going to key the 6 in race number 3 and take the 1, 2, and 6 in race 4. $1 is $9. I'm doing a $2 one for 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is One Sky, owned by Sybil Palmer, trained by Cal Britton with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Done Right, owned by Sean Morin and John Clement, trained by Sean Morin with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Crowned Royal, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Sky Tizzy, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 5, that's Call the Cops, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Barely Regal, owned by Cam Ziprick, Charles Fouliard, Steve Fouliard, Julian Fouliard, and Mark Strainer, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 7, Unusual Account, owned and trained by Bill Kinch with Neville Stevenson. Well, it's time for race number 2, 2 minutes away. And in this second race, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse is number 1, One Sky. That's number 1, One Sky, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse here in race number 2. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got 6 boys, 1 girl going 5 furlongs in an allowance race, so none of these horses can be claimed in here. Let's start with the 3 Crown Royal. I like this horse, was good last year, kept getting better. He's right there. I think you're going to get a stalking trip behind the front speed with some of them up front. 3 will be sitting just behind, make the move. Then the other one is the 5. Call the Cops, has talent, just does not like to win. Same kind of thing, make a move late and try to beat them. You want a long shot maybe for a placer show, that's the 2. Has been racing in Tampa, comes in, so I'll give you 3, 5, and 2.
Yeah, Stretch, I see this wide open, can make a case for anybody, but I'm going to go to the inside and number 1 Sky. I think it's going to get an absolute perfect trip. There's a lot of speed in this race, and he could actually be one of the speed horses. And if he packs everybody wide, he's going to get that trip and getting good odds right now at 4-1. I also like number 6, Barely Regal. Has yet been worse than second in 4 lifetime starts. And I do like Call the Cops. I'm giving you 1, 6, and 5. Good luck here in race 2. It's post time. One Sky will be first into the starting gate. Next up, the Tampa Invader, done right. Crown Royal, the current 3-2 favorite, goes in. Sky Tizzy, the lone filly from Texas, is in. Call the Cops will be next. Just 2 left to load. Barely Regal. Now just waiting on Unusual Account to the outside. One Sky a little fractious, as is the 2 Done Right. They're settled down. Sky Tizzy acting up a bit. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping a bit at the break was Done Right. To the inside, Crown Royal and One Sky. Both pointed out to battle for the early lead. Settled back in third, 3 wide. Call the Cops. Barely Regal. Also close up. 4 wide in fourth. A gap of 2 lengths back. Sky Tizzy and Unusual Account running together. And then trailing the field. Done Right has about a dozen to make up. The opening quarter, 23-1. It's One Sky and Crown Royal. These 2 battling. 3 wide, Barely Regal trying to come at him. Crown Royal now pokes a nose in front. One Sky's going to try and battle back from here. Barely Regal still has work to do. A 60th of a mile to go. Crown Royal put it on rocks. This is a winner. Close for second. Looked like Barely Regal got there. One Sky finished in third. The stewards have posted number 3, Crown Royal, as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-1, the half 47-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Results of the photo show number 6, Barely Regal, finishing second. Third goes to number 1, One Sky, and fourth, number 4, Sky Tizzy. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 2, that's number 3, Crown Royal. Crown Royal is a big gelding, 5 years old, by True Sense, out of the mare She's Regal by Going Commando. Owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 3/5. Number 3, Crown Royal, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Cam Ziprick and Charles Folliard. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. The Petro Bolin birthday race. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. The carryover just under $10,000. Number 1 Pioneer Town. The owner should read Mike Powers. Number 4 Party at My Place. Make the owner Shelley Brown. And number 5 Green Amazon. Make the owner Hardball Stable. We will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. Turning your programs to race number 4, there are no changes. Turning your programs to race number 5, number 5 Toil and Trouble. The owner should read John Gannis. Number 6 Maybe Sometime. Make the owner Wind Dancer Stable. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 2, Lucky Break. Make the jockey Demario Bino. That's race number 6, number 2, Lucky Break, the jockey Demario Bino. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 6, Favorite. The ownership should read Steve Holborn, Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and B&J Stable. Number 7, French Rose. Make the owners Let's Dance Stable. Jackpot pick 5 wagering. Once again with a carryover of $10,000. They'll go to post in 17 minutes. Well, if you're new to Assiniboia Downs, check out the 140 VLTs located on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And once again, this is also the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5 coming up right here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to win the whole jackpot. When there's more than one winner, a consolation will be paid out and the jackpot will keep growing. And welcome back down paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with an allowance race for 3-year-old maidens. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2. Well, Stretch, you had that winner, Crown Royal, ran absolutely huge.
Yeah, right where he left off last year. A good race call on the Crown Royal and Rock. So at least I know how you. That's a nice added feature to that to add some lively to it. Yeah. Could just be another good season.
I think your place bet should have been on Barely Regal.
I should have, for sure. Call the cops got me again.
Yeah.
I've had a couple winners, but
you're
no.
a glutton for punishment.
It is. No cash and tickets, but let's continue on into the third. We knew what was going to happen in this race. It was going to be the biggest favorite of the opening 2 days, and deservedly so. Coming from Oaklawn Park, showing huge speed. It's such a competitive meet there. You're getting horses from all over, and to get the lead a couple times is quite solid. My figures are right up there, those first two, the quarter and the half, right up there for our top allowance horses, in fact. And then obviously Tires shortens up. Not getting any win price. You're going to have to find a few other ways to make it pay. Anything to add to the 6?
Well, at 5 furlongs, this horse was a winner at Oaklawn. It was that last 1/8 of a mile, even the last 1/16 of a mile. I think when the jockey started hitting the horse did not respond at all, but was well in hand out of the gate. And this horse is fast. Yeah. Another horse I like in here, number 3, Canadian Authority. Here's another one who pressed some good solid fractions at Tampa on the turf, was on the outside, 21-3, was 4 wide in that duel, and the jockey was hustling to get up there, was going well around the turn, then around the head of the lane. The horse bobbled a little, fell back, but I like that the horse came back on and was running against older horses that day, now goes back against straight 3-year-olds. I really like that angle. Ronaldo Cumberbatch already has a win on the card in the first race. So I think it's a 6-3 exactor in here.
Yeah, I like your statement about you saw the horse come back on. And that's something I look for, too, especially on a speed horse. Do they give up right away? And so in this situation, may be chasing the 6 and won't give up and kind of keep going. In case this horse does give up, I went to the 5 as kind of my price horse, looking for something to get the executive pay because of the win price being so low on the 6. Coming from Woodbine, running at higher level, kind of open there. I just think that this horse could pick up the pieces late based on the others, and the others could get caught up in the duel. And I'm just trying to find a long shot to end up in the money.
Yeah, another horse I like, number 2, Favorite Light, also trained by Shelley Brown along with the 3. This one did show some stalking speed in the lone race for 25,000. Was there at the half mile and then started fading out. Yeah, I got beat by double digits, but Tampa is not an easy track to win at 25,000. So Favorite Light fitness is right there. I think this horse will be prominent in the race, not going to the front, but I think sitting in the top 3 or 4. And if it does do that, you get a hot jock in Antonio Whitehall, who's looking for his 4th win over the 2 days.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 7. That's kind of the next one being bet a little bit. Ran at ASD, few starts, and then almost won at Century Mile. Tricky part with this one is it's a speed horse, and we both expect that the 6 is the speed, and there's other speed. So if the jockey maybe tries something, maybe can sit off or try to run evenly like the second Lifetime Start, that horse certainly could be somewhere in there. I think if he gets kind of battling in the duel, might be in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think there will be any duel happening.
No, that's true. Not really a duel, but trying to keep up. So
another horse to look at, number 1, Pioneer Town. Jerry Gorno, owner Mike Powers. This horse ran huge for maiden allowance at Louisiana Downs in its second Lifetime Start. Had the lead all the way going 7 furlongs and then got caught late to be beaten by 4 3/4. Came back in the 3-year-old campaign, hit a tough maiden allowance field on the outside. But the top 2 were up by 10 lengths in that 11-horse field. Came back in another sprint effort, dropped again at Lone Star, didn't fare so well, but ran much better going a route of ground and did check in the first turn. This could be a horse that sits back, it's already gone a mile, and comes running at the end and fills in your triactors or supers.
Yeah, for sure. I like the cutback. Let's go to the 4 with 1 start. Look at the works coming in. The horses had 1 start, ran evenly. We'll see what goes on, but those works stick out to me. You're getting 16 to 1. We've seen so many horses improve after their second start. This horse is getting a year to come back. You never know. Those works say, don't forget this horse in your trifecta.
All right, pick 5 time stretch. What do you have? How did you do it?
Yeah, I just played a small one. I think it's going to be, my ticket's not going to win the pool. I'm just trying to get a share of it. It paid nicely yesterday. So I keyed the 6 in here. I then took 1, 2, 5, 6 in the 4th, 2, 5, and 6 in the 5th. And the all button, I'm feeling pretty confident with that one. And singling my top play of the day or a prime play, getting some value. Then I had to play an exactor because I don't want to miss out on this 6. So a $10 exactor wheel 6 with 3-5 total, $39.20. That's 2 bets.
And myself, I just went after the pick 5. I took just the 6 in here, then 1, 2, 6 in race 4, race 5, the 2, 4, 5, 7, race 6, the 3, 4, 5, 6, rounding it out with 1, 4, and 7. That'll cost you $28.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering in race 4. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the Petro-Bolin Birthday Race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Pioneer Town, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Favorite Light, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Black Sox Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Canadian Authority, owned by Shelley Brown, Gene McEwen, and Bet Holtman, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Party at My Place, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Chavin Chow. The 5, that's Green Amazon, owned by Hardball Stable, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Praven Badri. Number 6 is Chicago's Gray, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Artisan Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 7, Carpa K, owned by Anderson Livestock, Hillside Farms, WRA Ventures, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Sven Baurup. The Petro-Bolin Birthday Race kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That carryover pool is already approaching $30,000. They'll go to post in 2 minutes. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
We've got 3-year-old boys going 5 furlongs in a maiden special weight, meaning horses can't be claimed and they haven't won a race. Well, the race goes through the 6. He's got speed. You'll see the gray on the front end and go as fast and probably just keep going. Cuts back, coming from a tougher track. Where can we find a price to make you some money here? Let's start with the 5 at 10 to 1. Maybe he can close late, won't be on the lead, try to pick up the pieces. And then the other one is the 3. That horse will be a little bit closer. So I'll give you 6, 5, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 6, Chicago's Gray. Not much of a price, but boy, is this horse fast. If that last race was 5 furlongs, it would have been an easy winner in there. The horse I like with it is number 3, Canadian Authority. Also showed speed, got in trouble at the head of the lane, did a little bobble, but fought back. And I like that against older horses. And to round it out, the other Tampa Invader, number 2, Favorite Light. I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 2. Good luck here in race 3. Pioneer Town, the first one into the starting gate. Next up, Favorite Light goes in. Canadian Authority will be next. Party at My Place steps in. Green Amazon walks up and in. 2 left to load. 1 to 2 favorite, Chicago's Gray, is in. Now just waiting on Carpiquet to the outside. Favorite light fractious in the starting gate. Carpiquet is in. They're at the post. And they're off. Chicago's Gray breaks well on the outside, matched on the inside by Favorite Light. Canadian Authority settled back in third, coming up the rail in fourth. Pioneer Town to his outside, Green Amazon, Party at My Place, and the early trailer will be Carpiquet, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23 seconds, and Chicago's Gray has opened up the advantage now to 5. In between horses, that's Favorite Light. On the outside, Canadian Authority. On the rail, Green Amazon. But they hit the head of the lane, and Chicago's Gray. Absolute cruise control. Coming into the 16th pole is going to draw off by 8. Green Amazon for second. Close for third. Looked like Canadian Authority over Pioneer Town. Stewart's opposed to number 6, Chicago's Gray. Add your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 5, Green Amazon. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter in 23 seconds. The half 46 in 3. Time for the 5 furlongs a quick 59 in 1. Results of the photo show number 3, Canadian Authority, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 1, Pioneer Town. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 3, the Petro Bolin birthday race. The winner number 6, Chicago's Gray. Chicago's Gray is a Gray Aron gelding, 3 years old, by Tapret, out of the mare Dulce Arabe by Spice Town. Owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms. Trained by Lee Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59 in 1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Lee Pruitt who scores the double. Back-to-back winners for trainer Lise Pruitt. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Let's carry on with the changes. For this evening's pick 4, turning your programs to race number 5. Number 5, Toil and Trouble, the owner, John Gannis. Number 6, Maybe Sometime, the owner, Wind Dancer Stable. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Number 2, Lucky Break, make the jockey Demario Bino. That's race number 6, number 2, Lucky Break, the jockey Demario Bino. Now turning your programs to race number 7, number 6, Favorite, the owners Steve Holborn, Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and B&J Stable. Number 7, French Rose, make the owners Lex Dance Stable. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. Well, besides the excitement of racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including Manitoba Food Truck Battles, which will take place this Saturday and Sunday. Featuring 30 of the best food trucks Manitoba has to offer, there's going to be beer gardens, live entertainment, and kids' activities. Tickets are just $5. And we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Susan Demadash. That's Susan Demadash. Congratulations. You're ASD's VIP Fan of the Night. Please go down to guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Stretch, no surprise. Chicago's Gray. I bet you if I had to interview Jorge Cranio after that one, he would have just been giggling and saying, I like those ones.
Oh, for sure. He you could see it at about the 8th pole, how he was already almost gearing the horse down. He had it so easy. I liked how the horse was also being able to be rated early, which was a good sign. Not one of those speed horses that just goes and can't be.
And has to be hustled to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see how that horse goes. As you mentioned, a quick time. So we'll see where he goes for his next race. So, okay.
All right, on to race 4. What do you got in here?
Yes, a good sequence in the pick 4. Last race, the Woodbine horse ran second in a nice race and completed a nice exactor. Going back to another Woodbine horse. Let's ride this train. And so landed on the 2. I like the works coming in. You just see a bunch of speed, but also there's a couple, just in case if there's some other speed, doesn't have to have the lead. Liked how the horse finished up and then decides to come here. It just figures, and you think there's a bit of other speed, but I still think this horse is going to be on or near the lead and can keep going.
Yeah, I think this one will be pressing early. So far in the first 3 races, all the winners that you did pick were on or just off the front end. I expect company for the 2 from number 5, Big Nick. And I'm looking for a horse to sit right in behind, and that's number 6, Mr. McLean. This horse has battled on the front end, but the best racing is in a stalking role. Had 3 races in a row, sat 3rd and 2nd, had a win and 2 seconds out of that, and has that winter racing under the belt, which is absolutely huge. Was in the tough allowance condition, optional, Inter Paradise. I think this one's a good one. Bruce Sanderson. This is his first start at Assiniboia Downs. He was down in Phoenix, has been at Canterbury and Fauner Park. But I really like this horse by its running style.
Good call. Good information about the new trainer. Good luck to him. Let's go to the one is my second selection. If there is that duel, it's going to get a nice dream trip along the rail with the 1. Nice. I like that the horse has been off about a month now, but there's a nice maintenance, pretty good work, in fact, here at ASD just to get used to the track because the horse is not run here. I always like the horses coming in to get a race over the track. Should get the stalking trip. You made some really good points on this horse. Looks pretty good sprinting. We'll just see if 5 furlongs is the right distance or too short. I think the 2 needs to stop for the 1 to win it. That happens. 1 is clearly my second selection.
Yeah, another one to take a look at, number 3, Destiny 1. Here's a horse that has some back class running in the maiden allowance. Albuquerque Zia and Santa Anita was knocking on the door at Zia Park with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish. Went over to Phoenix, won easy by 7 for 4,500. Came back in the non-2, beaten as the favorite, but then got it done. This horse, I think, is going to be a little up against it just because the lack of experience against tough ones.
For sure. And my 3rd selection here is Big Nick. And coming from Oakland Park, we saw one just win the last race. A little bit better form, but this horse is rating top allowance, and even that the 30,000 starter allowance. There could have been some potential stake horses that fit the condition. You got to watch out. Yes, it's bad form, but that's where you can find these long shots because everybody's so concerned a 10th and the 8th, but if you go back back to that 16,000 and even a 20,000 with some nice buyers in there, that puts the horse certainly in the mix. We'll see if it has to be in the duel or not, or can sit off and his condition could take over late.
Yeah, also look at number 4, Trumpum, lightly raced in 2022, but did have 2 wins, a second and a third in the 4 starts. Gets in under the waiver here in this first level allowance. And this horse can be close to the front or rally from off the pace. Has decent workouts coming in, and Rick Wise is a good percentage trainer. He can have them ready at first asking.
For sure, and the outside horse, the 7, take a look at the distance. 6 for 6 in the money at the distance. It was claimed at a much lower level. Wendy's thinking this horse can jump up in class, and sometimes they can. Concern is you compare the class level between the 1 and the 7, and it's kind of night and day on that. But horse has been running, might get the trip, maybe pick up a share at 3rd or 4th.
All right, on to our wagers here in race number 4, of course. Pick 4 time. Stretch, only 1 ticket, a big one, though.
Yeah, taking a chance here.
You want some bombs before your key.
You got it. So we're going to go 1, 2, 5, and 6 in this leg. Just the 2, 5, and 6 in the 5th. And if we got alive, we hit the all, and then we're coming home with our key in the last. It's 96, but I like how they've been paying. I really like the key in the last, so I had to take a shot.
Yeah, I got a similar ticket to you, half the price. I got 1, 2, 6 in the first. Then I have 2, 4, 5, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6 in race 6. And I also keyed the 4. That'll cost $48. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. And we'll see you back for race 5. Horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Steel Home, owned by Ira Donald and Kane Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Hand Carved, owned by Neil Van Dorp, trained by Carl Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. The 3 is Destiny 1, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Trumpum, owned by Kirk Sutherland, trained by Rick Wise with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Big Nick, owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Mr. McLean, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Sven Ballrup. Rounding out the field is number 7, Gone Somewhere, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the boys are going at it at 5 furlongs. Another allowance optional claimer, high-level horses that have talent. Let's go to Invader from Woodbine in Toronto. Hasn't run this year, but the work say the horse is ready to go. Horse has lots of speed, doesn't have to be on the lead. Gets out, watch out, could go gate to wire, similar to a couple of them already today. Others to consider at a nice price at 4-1 is Steel Home. Should get a nice trip along the rail. And then the last one might turn around from dropping in class is the 5. Big Nick at 8-1. Let's go 2-1-5.
Yeah, Stretch, I see a battle happening on the front end between the 2 Hand Carve and the 5 Big Nick. So I took a horse that's going to sit right in behind him. That's number 6, Mr. McLean. Had good running down in Phoenix over the winter. Bruce Anderson's first starter here at Assiniboia Downs. And I think it's going to get an absolute dream trip. I like Hand Carve too. If he gets away, he could be long gone on this field. And rounding it out with the 1 Steel Home. Good luck here in race 4. Steel Home, the first one to enter the starting gate. Hand carved, walks right in, the 4-5 favorite. Destiny 1 is now in. Trumpum's turn from the middle. Big Nick set to go in. Just 2 left to load. Mr. McLean. Now just waiting on Gone Somewhere to the outside. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start and unseating the rider was number 1, Steel Home. Speedy from the middle, Big Nick goes out to grab the early lead with company from Trumpum and Hand Carved to the inside. 4 wide, that's going to be Mr. McLean stalking the duel. Gone Somewhere, only 2 lengths out of it. Another 7 lengths back is Destiny 1. Heads up. Here comes the 1 horse the wrong way. The quarter mile, 22 and 4. Battling on the front. That's Trumpum and Big Nick to the inside, trying to get through. That's going to be Hand Carved, but he's got no more to offer. But Big Nick still has lots of life. And it's Big Nick who draws off and is going to win by 5. Second best, Mr. McLean. Third's going to go to Gone Somewhere. And 4th to Hand Carved. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. There's a Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. The Stewarts have posted number 5, Big Nick, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 6, Mr. McLean. Third to number 7, Gone Somewhere. And 4th to number 2, Hand Carved. They went the opening quarter, 22 and 4. Half 46 and 2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58 and 4. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Stewart's inquiry into the start of race number 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 4, that's number 5, Big Nick. Big Nick is a dark Bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Bayern, out of the mare Appearance by Harlington. Owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley, trained by Lee Pruitt, and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58 and 4. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards are removing the inquiry sign off the board. There will be no change. And congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall and trainer Lise Pruitt, who team up for the double. 2 wins for Antonio Whitehall on Lise Pruitt's horses, and add 1 more for Lise Pruitt. That's the hat trick, the natural, 3 in a row, 3 wins for trainer Lise Pruitt. In the upcoming 5th race, our VIP Fan of the Night purse. Number 5, Toil and Trouble. The owner should read John Gannis. And number 6, Maybe Sometime, the owner, Wind Dancer Stable. Post time for race 5, 18 minutes away. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, kicking off the late pick 3 with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. It's half the race of race number 4. Stretch, Big Nick ran a big race.
Yeah, ran back to his form from a few back. Maybe it's just a change of scenery. When you're running at a high-level track like Oakland, you obviously have some talent. So sometimes it just was off form, found the right spot, and looked good doing it. And thanks to everybody that played the pick 4, jumped in. Biggest pool of the year so far. It was only the second day, so it's not really a bold statement.
But it's still a great pool.
Yeah, 93,000 in the pool, so that's good.
I'm going to have to rewatch that replay. When I seen Steele home out of the corner of my eye, looking through the binoculars, is like, he's going the wrong way.
He didn't know. You should have let him know. You're going the wrong way. All right, let's keep
on to race 5. Who do you like?
Okay, here we go. I have it as a 2-horse race in here. I've got it between the 2 and the 5. Let's start on the 2. Last Renegade coming from Turf Paradise. We've got off a claim. Figures are right there. This horse just likes to win. You've got 14 starts, 4 wins in 3 seconds. More importantly, the 4 wins. I like that. And just made it look so easy last time. I think there's more in the tank. It gets a nice workout coming in. And I always like, too, when the horse keeps getting claimed. There's obviously a lot to like, and there's not just one trainer or owner that likes it. So I think the right running style. You made a good point on ASD Live. Figure out the speed. This horse won't be on the lead. Hopefully not too far back, but we'll have to see. Still my top pick.
And Speed's been doing really well today, and that's why I went to the 4 Hard West. This is a horse, the last 3 starts was 4th at Parks, but was only a length off the lead. Has battled before, did it back in November, going 7 furlongs. Even that 6.5 furlong before that, the horse easily drew off to win by 3 3/4. I think if this horse does make the front end, it'll be in slow early fractions. The fitness should be there. A nice sharp work coming in. 48 3. A nice easy breeze on there. So I'm giving Hard West the edge only because of the lack of speed in this race.
Yeah, and that's a key in this race, or key in when you're handicapping. If you can find the speed, like you said, this horse is not a true speed horse in here. It's just that there's not that much other speed. So therefore, right on the front end, everybody's running the same pace, just keeps going. My second choice was clearly second choice because is the current favorite. Careful on the ones that have put the win bet because he's only won 2 of 25 and a lot of seconds and a lot of thirds. So the horse has the talent, absolutely. It just worries me a little bit. Hasn't won in a couple years now. Doesn't quite know where the winner's circle is. Or just likes to, be part of the group. Just kind of hang out. So horse has a shot. Not 9 to 5 on the one doesn't like to win for me.
Yeah, it seems a little short. This is a horse that should be showing a little speed also, but isn't one of those cutthroat types. Another horse I like in here, number 7, Ethan's Animal. Was a winner 2 outs ago, breaking its non-3 life condition. Then moved over into a tough allowance non-4 lifer. Couldn't contend in there. But if you look back on this horse's form, it was at Golden Gate, won its non-2 by 7 as the favorite after getting beat as the favorite for 12-5. Then went into really tough starter 50,000 non-2 lifers and was right there in all of them. One was at Fresno and only got beat by 1.25 lengths, and that was on the dirt. So far, Wendy Anderson with her Golden Gate horses are 2 for 2. Last year, she started 5 for 5. Yeah, this one doesn't come from Golden Gate, but was previously there. And you're getting great odds on the board at 7-1.
Yeah, speaking of a Golden Gate horse that we figured it out last time, here comes Maybe Sometime. If you take a look, won the first asking from Golden Gate, and we stole a price that day. At least I did. And I'm going to go back off the layoff. Lots of workouts coming in. 10-1 is just a solid price. Or no, I Stretch speaks and they bet.
Yeah, down to 8 now. Single digits.
Single digits. Anyway, tries hard all the time. Again, another horse that likes to win. Has 2 wins at the distance. So Again, the tricky part is if there is no pace, it makes it tougher on some of these closers. So we'll just to see what the jockeys have as a plan for this race.
Yeah, maybe sometime is a deep closer. Number 8, Dino. This is a horse that only started a couple times here at the Downs, attracted acclaim first time out, then ran flat, and then they shelved for the rest of the year. Comes back, comes in with the best work is the 5 furlong work. Most recently, this horse did show speed at Fairgrounds back in 2022, sprinting, and ran a lot of nice sprinting races. Maybe this horse just needed that time off because at 7 years old, 51 starts. This horse was running a long time. Maybe he just needs some freshening up. Lots of back class on it, and the horse does like to win.
For sure. And let's mention the one horse coming from another horse is coming from Turf Paradise. They've already won some races already this year. Moving up in class, taking a shot. Not a good race last time. Maybe it just, as it says, it dueled 3 wide. Showed a lot of speed early and kind of tired, but I don't mind the cutback. For me, not a win type just yet, but at 23-1, maybe complete your try or your super 3rd or 4th.
And number 3, Ride 'em. This horse ran some good races last year, but that was going around 2 turns. Only a couple workouts to show. And the 5 furlong wasn't bad in 103-1. I just don't think this horse is as good sprinting as he is going around 2 turns. So I'm going to wait for a little bit more distance. All right, Stretch. Let's go to the wagers here in race number 5. What do you have?
Well, I'm fortunate enough to be alive in the pick 5, pick 4. I'm going to go back to my place bet on this 5. I think the figures are there. Gets the right trip, and if somebody gets away on him, he can still get second. 30 place 5.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a little better odds on the 4 Hard West. I went 20 win, 20 place, but I got a hot jock in Antonio Whitehall. 2 wins each day so far. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Horses are on the track for race number 5, the VIP Fan of the Night purse. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is Hello Handsome, owned by Ken Bruner, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Last Renegade, owned by Wendy Anderson and Keith Wright, trained by Wendy Anderson with Neville Stevenson. Number 3 is Ride 'em, owned by Staff Max Stable, trained by Curtis Maxwell with Sven Balrup. Number 4 is Hard West, owned by Cheap Laughs Racing, trained by Shelley Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Toil and Trouble, owned by John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Maybe Sometime, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7 is Ethan's Animal, owned by Line Life Stable, trained by Ryan DeJarlis with Praven Badri. Rounding out the field is number 8, Dino, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. The VIP Fan of the Night purse here in race number 5. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going 5 furlongs and an allowance optional claimer again. A competitive, very competitive field. I'm trying to beat the favorite here and going with the 2. I think there's some nice form there. Won the last race, comes in with a nice maintenance work. Looks good. 9-2 is more than fair value. Another one to consider that also has the figures. It doesn't like to win. That's the 5. Needs to sit kind of close. If it gets too far back, might be tough to go. And a long shot here, or a longer shot, the 7 horse. If there is a pace battle, might need the 6 closing late at 7-1. Wide open affair, 2, 5, and 6. Kirt?
I agree with you, Stretch. This is a wide open race. I did go to the current favorite at 8-5. Number 4, Hard West. I don't see a lot of speed in this race, and I think this horse is the speed. Antonio Whitehall has had all his horses up near the front end today, and he's got 2 wins for it. So I'm looking this to complete his hat trick. I do like the 2 last Renegade. Really impressive win. And Ethan's Animal throughout the last one. This horse has some good races underneath. 4, 2, and 7 for me. Good luck here in race 5. Hello, Handsome. The first one loaded. Was almost in. Now is secure. Next up, Last Renegade. Ride 'em, ready to go in. The even money favorite, Hard West, steps up and in. Toil and Trouble's turn. Maybe Sometime walks in. Just 2 left to load. Ethan's Animal. And just waiting on Dino to the outside. Hello, Handsome, a little fractious in the gate. They're at the post, and they're off. From the middle of the track, Hard West shows a little bit of early speed, matched on the inside by Last Renegade, and in between horses, Ride 'em. Settle back in fourth. Hello, Handsome. Dino with a bunch of horse back in fifth. Another half length. That's going to be Toil and Trouble. And your 2 trailers racing at us as a pair. Maybe Sometime. And Ethan's Animal. 23 and 2, the opening quarter. Last Renegade on the inside. Hard West with horse. These 2, as they hit the head of the lane, have opened up 4 on the field. On the outside, Hard West in an all-out drive. Last Renegade trying to stay with them. A late rally coming from Toil and Trouble, but it's Hard West gonna draw off to win by 3. Toil and Trouble second best. Third's gonna go to Last Renegade, close for fourth between Ethan's Animal and Dino. Stewart's opposed to number 4, Hard West, as the unofficial winner. Second goes to number 5, Toil and Trouble. Third to number 2, Last Renegade, a photograph to determine the 4th place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23 and 2, the half 47 and 1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59 and 2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, the VIP Fan of the Night purse. That's number 4, Hard West. Hard West is a bay horse, 6 years old, by Gone Astray, out of the mare Northwest Hope by Flatter, owned by Cheap Laughs Racing, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to unofficial victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Results of the photo show number 7, Ethan's Animal, finished in 4th. Well, congratulations goes out to jockey Antonio Whitehall, who scores the hat trick. 3 wins for jockey Antonio Whitehall. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 2, Lucky Break. Make the jockey Demario Bino. Once again, in this is 6th race, number 2, Lucky Break. Make the jockey Demario Bino. Late double wagering kicking off here in race number 6. And just a reminder to get your Chase the Ace tickets for our new weekly draw. The progressive jackpot is guaranteed at $5,000 if you pick the Ace of Diamonds. Tickets start at $5 and are available online at asdowns-cta.com or in person here at Guest Services or at the VLT Cashier's Cage. The weekly draw will take place Thursdays at 11 a.m. Proceeds do support community charities, including Final Furlong, the Winners Foundation, Manitoba Indigenous Cultural Education Center, and Indigenous Languages of Manitoba. By purchasing a ticket, you are helping these charities make a positive difference in the community. Thank you for your support of the Chase the Ace ticket program. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off late double wagering with the $7,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Number 2, Lucky Break. A jockey change. Demario Bino in the saddle. Quick look back at race number 5. Wall stretch. I didn't get any odds on my pick, Hard West. Got just off it, but it was a slow pace. But still won pretty easy in the end.
It was an impressive race, and sometimes you don't have to have the right race shape for you to win and cash a ticket. Well done. I thought it was a little bit over bet, but public was very sharp and saw that, or they just jumped on the Kirt bandwagon. Kirt knows, or
yeah, but my betting has been terrible. My picking all right, but the bets have been a little off. Okay, on to race number 6. Here is not an easy one, and 7-5. Wow, I couldn't pick a 7-5 horse in here, that's for sure. Or make someone 7-5. 3-2 now.
Yeah, definitely not. We both agreed as least favorite or trickiest race on the card. Running for a nice claiming tag of 7,500. Some of these horses, I don't think that they're nice race horses, but I think they're a little too high. Let's start with the 3-2 shot that I would not bet to win, but I do like the horse. The horse likes to win, is always around the winner's circle. 6 of 8 at ASD. You like that? Last meet, just lost a heartbreaker against a couple nice claimers. I don't think it could be on. I don't think it's going to be on the lead. I think there's a bit of other speed in here. Antonio's hot right now. Maybe they're betting the jockey, which is not a bad thing. We saw that yesterday. So that's my top selection. I'm not taking 3-2. Wide open race. Kirt, your top selection?
I kind of like my selection at 13-1. Number 3, Big Endeavor. Yeah, double-digit defeats in 2 out of the last 3 starts. But what it did last time out, it did show some speed, pressing, and then fell back to be beaten by 8. The last time this horse did get a win, it battled every step of the way, going 5.5 furlongs to win by a narrow neck, and that's where the claim did come that day. I've seen horses like this out of the Gary Donaldson barn, and he has improved them greatly. So I thought I'd take a shot in the 75 claimer because, as you said on ASD Live, not a lot of these horses will be 75 claimers by the end of the year or mid-season even. But as of right now, I think Big Endeavor with that winter racing, it looks pretty good to me in here.
For sure. Now, another low-price horse at morning line of 6-1, now at 3-1 is the 5. Shows some speed at a slightly higher level and then kind of declined a little bit at the end, a long meet, and dropped to the bottom. Nice claim there to get him at a lower price. Maybe can steal it. Like I said, I am searching. I don't have any strong feelings, but that's the horse that I have that could get loose, I guess, if wants to.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Another horse I like in here, number 6, Heavenly Trip. Went through the conditions, non-2 and non-3 in end of July, mid-August last year. Went over to Churchill Downs. Ran a really good race there. The last start was over at Turfway, showed speed, and then tired, was 10th, but only beaten by 5 3/4 lengths. I bet these horses everywhere. Anything within 5 lengths is still competitive. It's whether the jock wants to try all the way to the wire once he gets past. But I think Heavenly Trip could be one that gets a good trip in here, and Turfway horses do well.
They can, for sure. Let's go to the 7 horse and in this 10-1 morning line. Here's your overlay kind of on the price. Morning line 4-1. Couple starts at Turf Paradise. Has won back in March. And then Jerry's, going to start winning soon. So let's jump on that before his prices go down. Again, moving up in class, just trying to find a spot, maybe.
But does have early gas, and that definitely is kind of playing into tonight's races. So it could be right there. The 1, Murdo, another one by Jerry Gorno, comes by way of Fauner Park. Came out of a non-2 of the year. Won by a half a length in there. And that wasn't a bad race going 6.5 furlongs. This horse came by way of Prairie Meadows before that, but really started to shine in its last couple starts. Is on the inside, so that could be a good advantage also. I wouldn't throw this one out, even though it's 18 to 1.
Yeah, let's go to the 16 to 1, almost the longest shot. Coming from Fawner, did win at the bottoms, but at least won the race. Was at Delta. Some success at the 4, moved up a little too high in the off track. It also wins a few races. 5 furlongs is a regular at the distance. Like I said, wide open. Anybody that won this, I really wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised at the odds on number 8, Alphabetical, sitting at 5 to 1 right now. Was an easy winner by 5 at Riolito, but the time before was at Turf Paradise in a 45 non-3 lifer. Took a little bit of money in there, pressed the pace for a bit, and fell back. But those non-2 races aren't bad at all. Maybe they're looking at those and the same kind of running style like that. We'll put this one in the fray. All right, let's go to our wagers in here. Stretch, in this wide open affair, what do you got?
Well, look at you being bold. So the example, if you follow along, races I don't like, I reduce it. Normally it's at least a $3 exactor box. It's only a $2 exactor box, saving up for the last race. $2 exactor box, 3, 4, 5.
And myself, I'm stepping it up. I'm doing a $5 exactor box, 3, 4, and 6. That'll cost $30, a $1 one for each of us, only $6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7. Horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Murdo, owned and trained by Jerry Gorno. Arthur Badu in the saddle. Number 2 is Lucky Break, owned by Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Big Endeavor, owned by Bonner McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 4 is Out on Saturday, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Shootin' Money, owned and trained by Elton Dickey with Jorge Carreño. Number 6 is Heavenly Trip, owned by Black Diamond Racing Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 7 is Living Vicariously, owned by Scott Horse, trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Alphabetical, owned and trained by Bill Mooney with Siobhan Bell. Kicking off late double wagering Here in race number 6, they'll go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, here we go. The boys going 5 furlongs for claiming 7,500. Wide open race. A couple favorites, the 4 and the 5. I do like both of them. I think the 4 is coming off a layoff. Does like to run well, especially early on. I'm looking for some other ones. Maybe a price is the 3 at 7 to 1, or even some of the other ones out there as a sleeper. Maybe the 7 at 9 to 1. I've got 4, 3, 5, but it's such a tough race. Better look for some long shots. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I chase long shots in here. Number 3, Big Endeavor. There is lots of speed in here, but this one is one that does show speed. If it gets out to the front end, I expect it to keep going. I've seen these horses go into the Gary Danielson barn and do very well. So 6 to 1 might be some value. I also like number 6, Heavenly Trip. Also sitting at 6 to 1, has some good races under the belt. You have to go back into 2022, but those are good enough to win. I'm going to give you 3, 6, and 4. Good luck here in race 6. Murdo, the first to step into the starting gate. Lucky Break moves in. Next up, Big Endeavor. The current 2-1 favorite out on Saturday. Walks right in. Shooting Money finds his spot. Heavily Trip is next. Just 2 left to load. Living Vicariously. And just waiting on Alphabetical to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping a bit at the start was Murdo. Quickly Shooting Money right out to capture the early lead and open up by 2.5. To the far outside, Alphabetical with Heavenly Trip. They're sitting right in behind. Living Vicariously also in between. Big Endeavor sitting on the rail. 2 lengths behind them out on Saturday. Lucky Break and Murdo after the poor beginning. The early trailer. Shooting Money cuts the opening quarter. A rather sluggish 23-2 and has a lead by 1.5 lengths as they hit the head of the lane. Coming up the inside, Lucky Endeavor. On the outside, Heavenly Trip trying to gain ground. Lucky Break late, still with the lead. That's Shooting Money. Big Endeavor now goes on by and is going to win it. Big Endeavor. Looks like Heavenly Trip got second. Very close for third between Shooting Money and Lucky Break. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets as Stewart's inquiry into the running of race number 6. The Stewarts have posted number 3, Big Endeavor. As your unofficial winner, second goes to number 6, Heavenly Trip. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 47-4. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Results of the photos show number 2, Lucky Break. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 5, Shooting Money. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6, that's number 3, Big Endeavor. Big Endeavor is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Mr. Big. Out of the mare Taste the Wild by Taste of Paradise. Owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson. Trained by Gary Danielson. And unofficial victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, a Stewart's inquiry into the running of race 6. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the Stewarts are removing the inquiry sign off the board. There will be no changes. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 6 favorite. The ownership should read Steve Holborn, Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and B&J Stable. Number 7 French Rose. The owner should read Let's Dance Stable. Super high 5 wagering here in race number 7, though. Go to post in 19 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 5 furlongs. I'll look back at race number 6. Well, I thought I'd get bigger odds on Big Endeavor, but hey, 7-2 and a winner.
Yeah, a good ride and kind of showed that the leader got a little tired late. Just needed that start. It'll be that much better next time. Just of note, being at the track and watching, you might want to make a note of the 4-horse. Finished up with a really good gallop out. Was a little too far back, and the pace was there, but finished up strong that you wouldn't actually see in the replay. So anybody watching, you may want to make a little note on the 4.
All right, on to race number 7, Stretch. Okay, your best bet of the meet so far.
Of the meet so far, yes. 9-2. Can I have that price right now? That would be really good. I might not be the favorite, maybe the 7. There's so many things to like about this horse. She is going to get a nice setup. She shouldn't be that far off. She has shown speed, but I like those last 2 races. Very competitive races there. Gary just won the last race. He brings it in, just a kind of a maintenance work coming in. I like the field that he faced. There aren't any of some of those top horses in there that I do like. I think he's found a nice spot in here, fits the condition. There's the 5 we know is the speed, and I don't know if this horse can actually get the full 5. Likes that 1,000 yards that they run. Didn't do well this year, but has done well in the past at Louis LaSalle. And we'll see.
Yeah, the other predominant speed horse in here, number 2, Speedy Gigi. Well, you get the top jock from last year on it, Jorge Carreño, and he's a great gate rider. What if Speedy Gigi gets the lead over Gianna's Wildcat? Will that change your mind at all?
Only if Carino can slow it down a little bit. Maybe he'll go and try to keep going, and it's very possible.
Well, he'd be able to slow it down because this horse has rated before.
Yeah.
That was 4 outs ago, but it was a good rating job that time, sitting almost 5 lengths off of it.
For sure, absolutely. It's my second selection. I think it should be just a little faster, and I just see this 4 kind of mowing him down late.
Yeah, I see 2 and 5 doing most of the work, battling it out. Emsley's Dream. This one comes in with form, goes to a seasoned trainer. I said about Gary Danielson being a real sharp trainer. That's why I like Big Endeavor. And this one has the running style that fits so well for this race. And that's why I go to him too. I also like number 7, French Rose. Not get a little bit of odds, but current favorite at 7-5. She was a force to be reckoned with at this level last year. 7 starts, 4 wins in a second. Her worst finishes were in 2 stakes races. You throw those out. She has 4 wins and a second. And she has that good running style as a stalker. She doesn't have the speed of the 2 and 5, but Mike Taphorn can definitely get him ready first time out.
Oh, a good point on the trainer for sure. This horse has made us money last year, and I liked her last year. She got good late and just kind of took over, and good point. She's just not quite a stake horse, just below, and so that's what this race is.
What about another one? How about number 1, Melisandre? 6 starts last year. Didn't hit the winner's circle. Had 3 seconds. And this horse ran some good races. Was getting ready for the restricted races. Started a little bit later. Beaten by French Rose almost every time. But Melisandre, this is a really nice Manitoba bred. Lise Pruitt, she has the hat trick on the card. Antonio Whitehall has the hat trick. And sports the nicest work coming in, 47-3.
Yeah, if you told me she wasn't going to win a race last year coming in, I would have been very surprised. She's right there throughout the last race. Other than that, pretty good, and a great point on the workout for sure. That's your third selection. Mine is the 3 Orange Theory, based on her fast pace up front. If they do battle it out, this horse will be coming late, maybe pick up the pieces. Maybe doesn't quite belong in the higher level, but again, race shape potentially could be there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a bit more distance on Orange Theory. Favorite and Big Stretch. Well, I think Favorite is one that's better sprinting than going around a ground, had more success. This is another one that can get a little piece in here. I don't think it should be 45-1. I don't really think the horse can win it, but Shelley Brown already has a winner on the card, and Ronaldo Cumberbatch also has a win. So, Favorite, I'd throw it in definitely for my supers or high fives.
Sure, a long shot, and of course, my namesake, Big Stretch, closes late, does like to go
Can't
longer.
believe you didn't pick it.
I'll put it fourth.
All right, there we go. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch.
Really,
really
simple. 50 win on 4, highest bet this year so far. Let's make it happen. Give me 9-2.
Well, let's try and get a piece of this high five. I'm taking the 4 on top with the 1-7, with the 1-2-7, with the 1-2-6-7, with the 1-2-5, 6-7-8. That'll cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers, and we'll see you back next week. Monday, Tuesday racing again next week. ASD Live, 6:45 Central. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Speedy Gigi, owned by Jared Brown and John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Orange Theory, owned and trained by Shelley Brown with Demario Bino. Number 4 is Ensley's Dream, owned by Arneson Farms and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badri. Number 5 is Gianna's Wildcat, owned by Scott Horace, trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Number 6 is Favorite, owned by Steve Holborn, Shelley Brown, Oslin Bell, and B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 7, that's French Rose, owned by Let's Dance Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 8, Big Stretch, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Chavi and Chow. Super high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they'll go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, the girls capping the short week off, a full field of 8 in here. Favorite is the 7, but I'm going to try to beat her and go with the 4, which is one of my better plays on the day. I think the race sets up for her. I think she's going to stalk, won't be too far back. I think there's going to be a fast early pace. Even if somebody gets out there on the front end, nice even move, takes over late, 3-1's more than fair. The speed that I guess could try to steal it, that would be the 2 coming from Turf Paradise. Jared won a couple yesterday, could be again. Deep closer at a price, the 3 at 11-1, 4-2-3.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, Ensley's Dream. I think the 2 and 5 go banging out in here. Ensley's Dream sits beside French Rose and is going to have a little bit more to offer with that winter racing under the belt. Gary Downson just won the last race, trying to make it 2 in a row. The 3rd horse I like in here is the 1, Melisandre. This horse working well, sharp 47-3. Coming into the race, didn't win last year. Maybe she's better. Good luck here in race 7.
It's post time.
Melisandre leads the filly and mares in for the nightcap. Speedy Gigi. She walks right in. Next up, Orange Theory. Ensley's Dream, the current 8-5 choice. Steps up and in. Gianna's Wildcat. She's going to be next. Now favorites turn. 2 left to load. French Rose. Now just waiting on Big Stretch on the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Breaking through the front of the gates is favorite. The starter will close the gates. Minor delay. They're all set once again. At the post. And they're off. From the middle. That's Gianna's Wildcat. Straight to capture the early lead. On the inside, Melisandre shows speed a couple lengths back to her outside. Ensley's Dream in a good position with French Rose 3/4 of a length behind. Moving up, that's Speedy Gigi, who's coming off the pace today. Coming up the rail, Orange Theory. Another gap of 7 more back. The Big Stretch and the trailer. Favorite. 22-1 the opening quarter. Absolutely sizzling out there. And the leader is now Melisandre, who has taken over by 4 lengths. Battling for second, Speedy Gigi and French Rose. Melisandre, French Rose on the outside. Yeah! French Rose got there. Melisandre second best. Speedy Gigi in a close photo. But it's Melisandre second best. French Rose gets the win. The stewards are posted number 7, French Rose, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Melisandre. Third to number 2, Speedy Gigi. And fourth, number 8, Big Stretch. They went the opening quarter 22-1. The half 46-3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-4. Now entering the Wednesday enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7. That's number 7, French Rose. French Rose is a chestnut mare, 6 years old, by Raison d'Etat, out of the mare Catalana by Medagliadoro. Owned by Let's Dance Stable, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden on official victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-4. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $4.75 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday and Tuesday at 7:30. See you then. Now, let's head to that clubhouse for Crazy Hour.